Hello everyone, peace be upon you all. Welcome to the second video where we read Scholastic, Traditional Minimalism, a critical analysis of intra-Sunni sectarian polemics by Tajul Islam. In the last video we have read the abstract and the introduction and the acknowledgements. In this video, we are going to read Chapter 1, Minimalism as Theological Methodology, Section 1, Minimalism, Section 2, Hypothesis, Section 3, Minimalism in an Islamic Context, Section 4, Minimalism as Formal Theory, Subsection 1, Doctrinal Minimalism, and Subsection 2, Methodological Minimalism. And we are going to stop here at page 54. So we are going to read 33 pages, which is a lot. So do not criticize me for stopping at methodological minimalism. From 21, I cannot stop at section 4 because it starts at 26. So I can't read it all, so I have to stop at the middle. Chapter 1, Minimalism as a Theological Methodology. I am enjoying so far this book, or this dissertation. In essentials, unity; in non-essentials, liberty; and in all things, charity. Saint Augustine of Hippo says. Okay. In this chapter, minimalism as a formal theory will be presented with its main three components: doctrinal, methodological, and ethical. This will be explored by setting the scene within the backdrop of the general intra-Sunni polemics and mapping the intra-sectarian terrain. Moreover, other facets of minimalism, such as scholastic traditionalism and the flight to tradition phenomena, will be introduced. In addition, I shall explore the phenomenon of theological minimalism as an emerging social construction of orthodoxy, and how historical theological principles have translated into contemporary minimalist dogmatic schemas and religio-political initiatives. I am aiming to understand minimalism as an emerging development within a Sunni theological framework. This thesis will mainly concern itself with the Sunni brand of Islam, not Shiism. Minimalism. Section 1. Minimalism. The term minimalism in its non-theological setting is somewhat elusive, as it permeates many divergent strands of thought and disciplines. As a generic term, it is associated with art, architecture, and music, where a given work, as Mia explains, is stripped down to its most basic components. In U.S. law, the philosophy of judicial minimalism focuses on a holistic interpretation of constitutional law. As such, judicial minimalism has interesting parallels with normative jurisprudence, or the object-oriented maqasid mechanism within the Islamic legal object, meaning objective, oriented mechanism within the Islamic legal tradition. Postmodern religion has been influenced perhaps by minimalism as an ethos. Minimalism in this regard is interpreted by people of religious persuasions as an incarnation of classical asceticism within the mystic traditions of any given religion. Theodore Plantinga queries in his essay Trimming Our Sails with the Help of Philosophy, whether we should aim for minimalism in religion and theology. He holds that this could help stop religious do-gooders to spout nonsense. This highlights the polemical atmosphere of doctrinal discourse in religion, and in Plantinga's... Is he Plantinga or Plantinga? I think it's Plantinga, and this is a mistake. Plantinga's case, the contemporary Christian experience. Scholastic traditionalists let me open the fan. I'm starting to get hot. Okay, cool. Pun none intended. Scholastic traditionalists in the Muslim faith, and in particular Sunni Islam, agree in spirit of Platon's thesis. Minimalism is more than just theology, as it would be an antidote to a dominant polemical discourse. How would I minimalize Sunni Islam? It's difficult. It's really difficult. Scholastic traditionalists in the Muslim faith, and in particular Sunni Islam, agree in spirit of Platon's thesis. Minimalism is more than just theology, as it would be an antidote to a dominant polemical discourse amidst traditionalists and modernists in general, but between traditionalists in particular. It is in this respect we shall use the term minimalism as a signifier to certain polemical phenomena in Sunni Islam. Svensson argues, doctrinal minimalism is not, however, a late 17th century novelty. It has one of its most important sources in Erasmus and his Philosophia Christi, which is simple and consists mainly of a good life that drives us away from scholastic disputes, and the doctrinal maximalism born from such disputes. This is usually portrayed as a return from speculation to biblical simplicity. It can be deduced that minimalism is, in its most basic conception, a theological approach or method, minhaj, to manage dogmata. Let me clarify something, okay? The main point of disagreement between Sunnis is about between Sunnis and Salafis is corporealism. Now, what is corporealism? Corporealism is the belief that God is physical. The problem is I believe that we have corporealist tendencies in many great figures of Sunni Islam, in early figures. So does that make them non-Sunni? We cannot say no, because they define Sunni Islam. Or should we not consider them Sunni? Or should we consider Sunnism to be a changing thing? That's one way to do it. Can we have Orthodox Sunnis and heterodox Sunnis? Would that be contradictory? Can we have a heterodox Sunni when Sunni means orthodoxy? And can Sunnism be defined objectively? These are questions that I would love to have answered. Let's continue. It can be deduced that minimalism is in its most basic conception a theological approach or method minhaj to manage dogmata. The frequency of the term minhaj in Muslim polemical law indicates the significance of conformity amidst a non-central entity such as Sunni Islam. Contemporary kalam is very much focused on minhaj in addition to the classical orthodoxy and heterodoxy dichotomy. Again, if we say that corporealism is part of orthodoxy, incorporealism, then we exclude great figures from Sunni Islam. If we say that it is not, then we include great figures from non-Sunnism into Sunni Islam. I think the best way is to say that orthodoxy changes. This requires us to define Sunnism differently at different stages in Islamic history. I think this is the best thing to do. In this way we can exclude Salafis or Taymis from Sunnism. But how do we define Taymi? Are the Bandis Taymis, for example? Let's search. Are the Bandis Salafis? What's going on? The major difference between the two sects of Islam is their opinion on guidance of an Imam, whereas the Bandis are Hanafis and follow Imam Abu Hanifa. Wahhabis are غير مقلد, which means that they do not follow an Imam for jurisprudence. Confusing. What makes Diyubandi a Diyubandi? Is it just a legal doctrine, jurisprudential doctrine? المهند على المفند. Can't I zoom? How many pages is it? Okay. Let's see what they have to say in Arabic. it's a small book. Okay, let's continue. Can be deduced that minimalism is in its most basic conception a theological approach or method to manage dogmata. The frequency of the term, contemporary kalam is very focused on minhaj in addition to the classical orthodoxy and heterodoxy dichotomy. This approach could in doctrine be viewed as normative, so that minimalism is a process in identifying principles, just as the classical theologians constructed orthodoxies and outlined heterodoxies. Moreover, the emergence of unity initiatives in the Muslim world and the West, which we shall include in this chapter, are examples of minimalist theologies or new orthodoxies in the making. Again, moreover, the emergence of unity initiatives in the Muslim world and the West, which we shall include in this chapter, are examples of minimalist theologies or new orthodoxies in the making. Furthermore, one is dealing with the research question primarily as a theologian, therefore, much emphasis will be given on said dogmata and the historical context of their development in terms of schools and theological trends and the role they play in formulating current polemical discourse. Hypothesis. Section 2. Hypothesis. Polemics is arguably the dominant state of contemporary Sunni theology. Kalam and the competing factions embroiled are mainly from the traditionalist camp. In this thesis, it is argued that minimalism is a social construction of scholastic traditionalists. In salvaging the historical continuity of orthodoxy and placating infighting within Sunni Islam, unity initiatives such as the Amman Message and the Sunni Pledge will be examined as major case studies in addition to other smaller manifestos, and test the theological credence of these new credos. I want to explore the claim that these initiatives are representative of an inclusive and authentic outlook. Section 3. I'm thinking about something. What's the difference of being heterodox and having certain odd doctrines? The number of odd doctrines? Like, for example, Imam Ibn Abbas, the companion of the Prophet, would be considered to be non-Sunni if we take in consideration his odd opinions, if we focus on his odd opinions. I don't want to mention them, but no, I should not mention them because they are very odd. Okay, let's continue. The past few decades has found the idea of minimalism in Sunni traditionalist circles very much in vogue. What does vogue mean? The prevailing fashion or style at a particular time. Most notably among Sunni Muslim preachers and scholars. The word minimalism in Aqidah was used by Nuh Keller in his polemical lecture The Altitude of God, describing himself as a minimalist and arguing that Wahhabi creedalism is maximalist. Hamza Yusuf, another prominent new traditionalist scholar, has periodically made reference to the broad-based principles of Sunni Islam Are we using the term traditionalist in opposition to modernism? I think so. Our rate of reading, we are very slow, by the way. We should read faster. Hamza Yusuf, another prominent new traditionalist scholar, has periodically made reference to the broad-based principles of Sunni Islam. But we use traditionalist also in another sense. In translation of athari, not taqlidi. Should we use the term narrativist or primitivist or minimalist or scripturalist? Then again, what is the difference between Zahiri, Athari, and Hanbali? have Proto-Sunni. Also known as what? This is the question. How do we translate Sunni? Or should we not translate it? But there must be a way to translate it. Proto-Orthodox. Now, how would we translate it to Arabic? بدائي. Primitive. Proto means primitive. Day. Or Sunni بدائي. Like Proto-Sunni. I'm thinking. Proto-Sunni, Proto-Orthodox. I think it's best Sunni بدائي. Sunni بدائي. Then we've got Sunni, Orthodox. How would we define proto-Sunnism? Proto-Orthodoxy. When there wasn't one orthodoxy, there was regional orthodoxies. Let's add something. No, not that. Let's not add something. Let's read. No, let's not read. Let's say there is Athari. Then Kalami. فلسفي. Atheism, rationalism. How would we translate atheism? Rationalism is easy. عقلانية. How would Google translate Proto-Sunni? Proto-Sunni. السنة البدائية. سني بدائي. السنة البدائية. Or should it be الأولية? Nah, keep it بدائية. How about atheism? Now do we distinguish between atheism and zahirism? Atheism is the opposite of rationalism. Let's translate it as narrativism. Athari, narrativist. Aqlani, rationalist. Should we get rid of this proto-Sunni idea entirely and consider Sunnism to be an event that took place later. But how would we define we have a Salaf, which is the predecessors, or the predecessors. Then we have they are from the period of Al-Salaf. Damn, I was scared. The bird almost died. He went into the fan. Stupid bird. Okay. I'm going to have very strict definition of Salaf. Let's read about him in Arabic. I clicked on Urdu. Now, a tabi'i knew at least one sahabi is very, very bad definition in my opinion. For me, a tabi'i is someone who was taught by one sahabi, was a disciple. Why are the Khawarij not tabi'un? So at least one of the companions was rightly guided. What? That's very subjective. Who was rightly guided? The ones I like. The tabi'in, so it's not a historical definition. No, a better definition would be tabi'i is a one who was taught by a companion, in my opinion. So the Khawarij, the Kharijites, would not be tabi'in, would not be disciples because they did not learn from the companions of the Prophet. Therefore, many of the Tabi'un were tasked with the preservation of Islam from the Arab companions. Jarir. How is Ja'far as-Sadiq tabi'i? How is Nakhai a tabi'i? How's Umar too a tabi'i? How's the Shafi'i a tabi'i? And you learn from Malik. It's going to be very difficult for me to do this. Who did he learn from? He's the 6th Imam. The 6th one. How is he a Tabi'i? I'm interested in his teachers, not in his political life. I feel like I'm wasting time. I should be reading. Where is his nasab? Okay. مولده, his birth. Some consider him from the 3rd generation, but he saw Sahl ibn Sa'd and other companions. And he explained has narrated from his father and Urwa, who are fuqaha al-Madinah as-Sab'a. It's going to take me a long research. it's impossible for someone to be a tabi'i in 170 AH. Let's search for something. تلامذة الصحابة. No, علماء الصحابة. The scholars of the Sahaba. Let's pick one. Let's take Imam Abu Hurairah. No. Let's take Sayyidina Mu'adh ibn Jabal. Who are his students? He's the most knowledgeable companion. But we don't know his students. Come on. Who are his students? Wait, here. ولما أصيب أبويه بالشام فماتت ثم مات هو في نفس التعنق مات هو التلاميذ المشهورون, the most popular students. Anas ibn Malik. He's a companion. He saw the Prophet. But he was a child. رواية أبو حنيفة عن الصحابة. I'm going to be strict. التلاميذ المشهورون This is the most knowledgeable of the students of Anas. Sayyidina Anas. Muhammad ibn Sirin, the most Sufi, the most ascetic. Sulaiman al-A'mash, Amash is a great scholar. Okay. Abu al-Abyad is a scholar. Al-Maqdisi, Ibrahim, not clear. Scholar. Scholar. think this Imam is the greatest one. Oh, he thought Abu Hanifa. I would consider this person to be the last. He died in 150. So let's sorry. Where is our Google document? From until 150. This is very strict, I know. Anyone who died before 150 is anyone who died before 150. Around 150. Let's be more lenient to include Sheikh Palestine, the Sheikh of Palestine. Would Sufyan al-Thawri be included? I don't think so. Yeah, he died in 161. أشهر العلماء, the most popular scholars: الشنقيطي, الألباني, ابن باز, ابن عثيمين, ابن تيمية, محمد بن عبد الوهاب, وأحمد بن حنبل. Oh my god, what a joke. When did Jafar Sadiq die? I'm 48. Okay. Consider him from the Salaf. Even though he's the 6th Imam. How could he be the 6th Imam and yet be from the Salaf? '93, so he was 53 years old. Should we make it born in the 1st century? Nah. I think 150 is good. Good enough. Al-Awail. The first ones. Muslim. let's put a random number around anyone who died around 300. When did Abu Hassan al-Ash'ari die? I think it's after the year 300. Yeah, 324. There's a bird on my head. المتقدمين the early ones, anyone who died around 450. When did Al-Juwayni die? Juwayni. No, not Urdu! God damn it. Again. I hate this trick. Died in 478. Who is his... his scholars? He took from his father. died in 452. Abu Qasim al-Isfaraini. And the father of al-Juwayni died in 438. And al-Bayhaqi in 458. المتأخرين the later ones. Anyone who died around 600. When did Al-Ghazali die? When did Al-Razi die? Died in 606. Said he died in before it's Al-Razi for sure. So he is in the Mutaakhirin later ones category. Then we've got Al-Khalaf, all the way to Al-Bayjuri. Al-Bayjuri. When did he die? 1916, which corresponds to when? $1276. Let's say before 1300. Sequent ones. Anyone who died around 1300. Should we make it 1200? Let's change it a little bit. Or should we not? All of this is arbitrary, of course. Sunnism. One moment. This may change in the future. This is not settled yet. What is this? Where's my headphones? I'm going to listen. instead of reading. Wait. You haven't decided. No, we did. Athari means narrativist. We got traditionalist. And modernist. Modernist is not Sunni. So, traditionalist refers to a general category that includes Shiites and non-Shiites, Sunnis and non-Sunnis, I mean, except the modernists. I think that's best. What is this called? This is called topology, right? Or typology? Typology? Meaning. Classification according to general type, especially in archaeology. Study or analysis using classification according to a general type. Yeah, it's typology. Where did we stop? 1.3, section 1.3. Okay.
The past few decades has found the idea of minimalism in Sunni traditionalist circles very much in vogue, most notably amongst Sunni Muslim preachers and scholars. The past few decades has found The word minimalism in Aqidah was used by Nukeller in his polemical lecture on the altitude of God, describing himself as a minimalist, and arguing that Wahhabi creedalism is maximalist. 6 Hamza Yusuf, another prominent neo-traditionalist scholar, has periodically made reference to the broad-based principles of Sunni Islam, elucidating the point that doctrine should not have polemical undertones. Asan al-Banna died in 1368-1949, from amongst the Sunni Islamists put forward at least by the Muslim Brotherhood as the embodiment of centrism. Wahiyya. 8 Centrism hence became a core leitmotif in Islamist circles to placate theological tensions. This type of understanding is further championed by the contemporary Syrian jurist and Asharite theologian Professor Wahba al-Zuhaili, who posits an Islamic centrism, Watiyya al-Islam, which encourages moderation in doctrine and conduct, al-I'tidal fil i'tikad wa al-suluk. He explains centrism in doctrine as a normative dogma that is ostensibly simple and comprehensible to all, and also profound enough to appeal to all levels of intellect. Svensson too argues that doctrinal minimalism is embedded in this egalitarian sentiment.
I finished drinking? I can read now? Cause her pronunciation is not good. Stop screaming, my friends. Why are you screaming, my bird? My cute little bird. Why are you screaming? Stop screaming. Please. Please stop screaming. Or should we listen so that I don't get tired? It's got a long way to go.
Svensson too argues that doctrinal minimalism is embedded in this egalitarian sentiment. Watiyya of al-Zuhaili may convey the import of minimalism.
No, I dislike it. Centrism, Wasatiyya of al-Zuhaili, may convey the import of minimalism in Arabic better than a literal translation. Aqaliyya, Adniyya, what is Aqaliyya? Aqaliyya, Aqaliyya. Adniyya, what are these words? They make no sense. Nothing is coming up. There's no such thing. I think he is. This is not. Oh! I get it now. He missed an extra Y, aqaliyya, for minimalism, and adniyya for being adna, from the minimal, the least. No, I think أدنية is better than وسطية. What is disparagement? No, not. It doesn't imply disparagement at all. Let's make sure that I understand the word correctly. Isn't disparage meaning rebuke, regard, or represent of little worth? Belittle, denigrate, depreciate. Maybe. How is it usually translated? How does Wikipedia translate minimalism to Arabic? حدنوية. That is totally unexpected. قد تعرف أيضا بالتقليلية أو التبسيطية أو فن بساطة تكثيف البساطة. Let's check المعاني.com. What would it say? Minimalism. الأدنوية، الحدنوية، التقليدية، التبسيطية. I think الأدنوية is pretty cool. أو الأدنية، الأدنوية better than أدني. الأدنية or أدنوية. or حدنوية. It does not denote disparagement. The term minimalism doesn't have an Arabic equivalent, though a legal maxim salvages this problem. The crux of the matter is the concept, not the name. العبرة بالمسميات لا بالأسماء لا بالمسميات لا بالأسماء. العبرة بالمسميات لا بالأسماء. Moreover, the word تجريد may give the original English meaning of stripping bare. The wasatiyya best encapsulates the spirit of the notion. Minimalism is more accurate as it entails, as planting argued, trimming. No, a literal translation is the best. A literal translation, it is to reach, to have the minimal definition. حد الأدنى، الحد الأدنى من الاشتراك. من الشروط، حد الأدنى من الشروط. The least required conditions, the minimal conditions for acceptance within a concept. The most general, most general, requiring the least الأدنوية or الحدنوية. Wikipedia says حدنوية. But it's not I think أدنوية is better. أدنوية is better than, because it's more understandable at face value. Minimalism in this religious sense, like orthodoxy, would essentially the microphone almost fell. Minimalism in this religious sense, like orthodoxy, would essentially entail subservience to text, but not necessarily with the restrictions of literalism or figurative interpretation. It does not indulge in, is not apophatical, and if hypothetical methods, neither does it negate them. It would allow interpretations within its own loose matrix of propositions. In this regard, Kalam would have steered the dogmatic functionality of doctrine, aqidah, that is to say, the mere enunciation of creed, more towards the speculative trappings of dialectic theology. I don't get it. 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 Minimalism in this regard sense, in this religious sense, like orthodoxy, would essentially entail subservience to text, but not necessarily with the restrictions of literalism or figurative interpretation. Does not indulge in, is not apophatical, or if hypothetical methods. Neither does it negate them. It would allow interpretations within its own loose matrix of propositions. In this regard, Kalam would have stressed the dogmatic functionality of doctrine, would have steered the dogmatic functionality of the doctrine. What does steered mean? follow in a guide the movement or course of. Where are we? That is to say, the mere enunciation of creed more towards the speculative trappings of dialectic theology. Walker seems to echo this hypothesis in his translation of Al-Juwayni, who died in 478, Conclusive Proofs, in which he argues that Aqidah became too abstruse due to the dialectics of Kalam. What does abstruse mean? I know what it means, but I want to understand it more. Difficult to understand, obscure. I don't think so. And when did the conclusive proofs get translated? That's awesome. Join me. There's a review. This is a review. One moment. Let me go get something. I am back. Okay, let's continue. Where did we stop? Here. Okay. It may now be pertinent to question what exactly minimalism is in a theological context. Having established that it entails the stripping or trimming of something down to its bare essentials, three core questions arise. Firstly, is minimalism a set of doctrines stripped from a body of dogmata? Secondly, is minimalism a method of interpretation or source methodology? And lastly, is minimalism an ethical attitudinal outlook? The first question may translate into the stripping down of a cohesive dogma by dispensing with certain doctrines. How this may bode with traditionalists is unpredictable. The first question may translate into the stripping down of cohesive dogma by dispensing with certain doctrines. How this may bud with traditionalists is unpredictable. The second question will require an insight in text interpretation methods. The last question perhaps moves into the domain of social constructionism. Furthermore, a more challenging question, as one would like to examine, is at what point does minimalism in Islamic theology lose its mainstream appeal and itself becomes dogmatic? Section 4. Minimalism as formal theory. After considering the above dimensions of minimalism, Damn! I was muted all this time. How long? How long was I muted? How long was I muted? Me. Or if hypothetical methods. Does it negate them? It would allow interpretations within its own loose matrix of propositions. In this regard, Kalam would have stressed the dogmatic functionality of doctrine. Would have steered the dogmatic functionality of the doctrine. What does steered mean? Okay. Obscure. All this time I was talking to myself. Damn. That is sad. I am sad. I don't want to repeat, so I have to. Okay, no problem. For the sake of God. Let's listen to it then, instead of reading.
It may now be pertinent to question what exactly minimalism is in a theological context. Having established that it entails the stripping or trimming of something down to its bare essentials, three core questions arise. Firstly, is minimalism a set of doctrines stripped from a body of dogmata? Secondly, is minimalism a method of interpretation or source methodology? And lastly, is minimalism an ethical attitudinal outlook? The first question may translate into the stripping down of a cohesive dogma by dispensing with certain doctrines. How this may bode with traditionalists is unpredictable. The second question will require an insight in text interpretation methods. The last question perhaps moves into the domain of social constructionism. Furthermore, a more challenging question one would like to examine is, at what point does minimalism in Islamic theology lose its mainstream appeal and itself become dogmatic? 1.4 Minimalism as formal theory. After considering the above dimensions of minimalism, if one were to strip the Islamic dogma down to its bare essentials and present, like Thomas Hobbes, died in 1090-1679, in unum necessarium, then the creed of Islam would simply be the testimony there is no Abu Alma God but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger.
What I said that the testimony, if we minimize the creed of Islam to the, if we bear it down, strip it down to the testimony, we would still exclude Ismailis from being Muslims. So the absolute minimum in reality would be anyone who claims to be Muslim is a Muslim. That's the absolute minimum. Actually, there is even a more inclusive definition. Anyone who submits to God, anyone who worships one God, is a Muslim. But that would include Christians and Jews. So you can have a Muslim with a small m, a circle, a set, that includes all people, all theists that believe in all monotheists, including Christians. Then Muslims with a big M, the one that attribute themselves to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Then within that circle there is a narrower circle, the ones who believe in the testimony and its correct meaning. God, as in someone, there is no one who rules the universe, who controls part of nature, except one. There is only one person who controls nature, who can interfere in nature independently. And directly. And Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam, person who lived in the 7th century CE, was a real person, and he was a messenger from God, meaning he was receiving a revelation from God, and the Quran is his message, and that the Quran is not his words. He did not interfere in the formulation of the Quran. He was not translating the Quran. Rather, he was dictating the Quran. The difference is his will has nothing to do with the content of the Quran. His inner speech. It is not his words.
God, but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger. This form of minimalism theoretically
Within the circle of believers, you have Ahl Sunnah, people of orthodoxy.
God, but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger. This form of minimalism theoretically
This is one way to do it. Of course, there are other ways.
God, but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger. This form of minimalism theoretically would be incontestable to all Muslims irrespective of their sectarian persuasions. However, this level of minimalism is too rudimentary to necessarily constitute a minimalism which encapsulates a Sunni outlook, i.e. one which provides orthodox bearings. Moreover, many traditionalists may perceive minimalism as a form of modernism due to its pluralistic revisionism and potential latitude in doctrinal issues. Attempts at providing a minimalist framework within doctrine have been postulated by many different thinkers within the Islamic tradition at certain periods of history, as we shall see. Drawing upon this, I have identified three strands of minimalism: minimalist doctrine, minimalist theological methodology, and minimalist ethics. Minimalist theological methodology and ethics shall be dealt with in the coming chapters. As for minimalist doctrine, one would argue that there are three layers. 1. The first layer would entail the agreed-upon creed of all Muslims, be they Sunni or otherwise, such as the testimony of faith, Shahada, i.e. there is no God but Allah and Muhammad is his messenger. 2. The second layer.
You would be surprised that Ismailis would not be included within the testimony, because they believe that there is, first of all, the one, and then from the one emanates God. So God is actually the second person in this ladder, and at the top of the ladder is the one. The one is not God. God is the second person, the intellect, they call him. So, yeah.
The second layer would consist of doctrines such as the 6 articles of faith, belief in God, his angels, his books, his messengers, the last day, and the decree, which generally all Muslims would agree upon, with some disagreement on the doctrine of the decree and understanding the essence of God.
There were some Muslims who have interpreted angels to be metaphorical. We have disagreements on the definition of the Bible. The messengers, some have claimed that they are legendary, so some also claimed about the last day, especially the Ismailis. I'm not sure whether to include Ismailis as Muslims or not, but I don't think they are. I'm not sure.
3. The third layer would comprise of certain agreed upon principles of Sunni Islam, al-Alati ittifaq alayha al-Sunnah, which in reality is a kind.
الأصول التي اتفق عليها أهل السنة.
3. The third layer would comprise of certain agreed upon principles of Sunni Islam, al-Alati ittifaq alayha al-Sunnah, which in reality is a kind of normative dogmatism advocated notably by Anbal theologians, Ibn Taymiyyah, d. 728-1328, being at the forefront. Mainstream Muslims stipulate the belief in the finality of prophethood, Khatm al-Nubuwwah, as intrinsic to this doctrine. Nonetheless, it is a creed Muslims of all hues regard as essential. Minimalist theological methodology.
This would exclude Ahmadis or the Qadianiyya, the Qadianis. Are the Qadianis Muslims or not? There are many Qadianis out there. Also, the Nation of Islam, or NOI, NOI, NY, NI or NI, Nation of Islam. It's very strange. Why can't everyone just be Sunni? Why do we have all these weird Muslims? Let's continue.
Minimalist theological methodology also has three main layers. 1. The first layer consists of the general affiliation to early Sunni Muslim scholarship, especially that of the pious predecessors, Salaf. 2. The second would include the theological, kalam, traditions of mainstream Sunni Islam, namely the majority Asharite, Maturidite and minority Anbal, Atharite, schools. 3.
As we said in the last video, I do not believe in the existence of a Hanbali or Atharite schools. Rather, we have a Farra'i school and an Athari trend.
3. The third layer would be made up of parochial traditions like the Indo-Pak Deobandi, Barelwi and Ali Hadith movements or Arab Sufi and Wahhabi traditions. Methodological minimalism may include doctrinal issues, however the key feature of this minimalism is its designation of scholarship, ulama, as a source methodology or the devolving of authority to them. Ethical minimalism likewise consists of three main layers. 1. The
ethical minimalism is nonsensical.
1. The first layer would consist of a framework comprising of an attitudinal outlook, most notably being inclusive and non-excommunicative. 2. The second layer would be an essentialism which could serve as an ethos. 3. The third layer would include modern dialogue and unity initiatives. Each layer complements the former and expands upon it. The inner layers would facilitate macro-minimalism, which would be agreeable especially in doctrinal minimalism to Muslims of all persuasions. However, the outer layers would largely provide micro-minimalism, as these are where debates and tensions would ensue. In the present work, one is mainly focusing on minimalism within the remit of Sunni scholastic traditionalism and whether macro-micro-minimalism is possible, or if indeed neither at all. Modernism will be dealt with but in a cursory manner, as it is beyond the scope of this present work. Figure 1:1 Minimalist Paradigm 1.4.1 Doctrinal minimalism. Dogmatic Islam has played a significant role in the formulation of doctrines and methods of interpreting text. Indeed, dogma, Aqidah, provided the framework for the evolution of schools of theology, and the dialectic problems that resulted from these stem from base Aqidah. Currently, the revival and cultivation of theology in Sunni scholastic traditionalism has been supplanted with polemics, which would have hitherto been inconsequential peripheral issues but now take center stage, influencing the dynamics between divergent trends. As such, it is perceived as Net-Tun maintains a flight to tradition, and as far as minimalism is concerned, this would be a flight to correct belief, as juristic ethical difference can be more easily dispensed with. Therefore, Aqidah in terms of the very articles of belief would be the most crucial factor in minimalism as theology is merely an intellectual. 1.4.1 Doctrinal minimalism. Dogmatic Islam has played a significant role in the formulation of doctrines and methods of interpreting text. Indeed, dogma, Aqidah, provided the framework for the evolution of schools of theology, and the dialectic problems that resulted from these stem from base Aqidah. Currently, the revival and cultivation of theology in Sunni scholastic traditionalism has been supplanted with polemics, which would have hitherto been inconsequential peripheral issues but now take center stage, influencing the dynamics between divergent trends. As such, it is perceived as Net-Tun maintains a flight to tradition, and as far as minimalism is concerned, this would be a flight to correct belief, as juristic ethical difference can be more easily dispensed with. Therefore, Aqidah in terms of the very articles of belief would be the most crucial factor in minimalism as theology is merely an intellectual rational articulation of accepted dogmata. 1.4.1 The testimony as a minimalism, a largely Quran-specific approach. The Islamic creed, as is espoused by definitive verses of the Quran, has been posited as a form of minimalism. This creed would include the basic creeds of monotheism, finality of Muhammad's prophethood, and some eschatological issues. Stress on this type of minimalism would be placed merely on the affirmation of the articles of belief and not necessarily a detailed discussion of any of it, i.e., those issues which would require figurative interpretation would be avoided. Moreover, this approach is slightly skeptical of creedal propositions backed by the hadith literature. Modernist thinkers like Ghulam Parvez and others subscribe to this type of minimalism and skepticism to hadith-based Aqidah. There are some skeptical discussions within the traditional Ash'ari school which shall be highlighted in later chapters. Ultimately, the testimony would be the greatest and most significant manifestation of a minimalism, as this would entail the complete stripping off of peripheral doctrines. 1.4.1 The Six Articles of Faith as a minimalism, a largely Quran and Hadith approach. The 2004 Iman Message, one of our case studies for minimalism, was a conference which comprised of many representatives from Sunni, Shiite and Ibite scholarship who unanimously agreed that their core beliefs are the same. All are in agreement about the 5 pillars of Islam, the 2 testaments of faith, Shahadatain, the ritual prayer, almsgiving, zakat, fasting the month of Ramadan, and the Hajj to the sacred house of God, in Mecca. All are also in agreement about the foundations of belief in Allah, God, His angels, His scriptures, His messengers, and in the day of judgment, in divine providence in good and in evil. The 2 testaments are incorporated in the basic aforementioned creed. The 5 pillars of Islam, Arkan al-Islam, are a creedal acceptance of the obligation of performing these tasks as they are definitively proven in the Quran. As for the foundations of belief, Arkan al-Iman, or 6 articles of faith, these are derived largely from the Quran Q2:285, Q4:136 and other verses throughout the Quranic text. Notwithstanding the agreement of scholars at the Iman Convention, the verses pertaining to divine decree and destiny have been open to interpretation. Free will and determinism find their roots in the Aqidah discussions of classical Islam and remain surrounded by a range of interpretations which continue to persist to this day. Though the Sunni creed regarding the divine decree as is understood from doctrinal texts resembles the compatibilism of free will and predestination of Hobbes, contemporary attitudes amongst scholastic traditionalism of all persuasions appears to be largely fatalist. Modernist revivalists like Iqbal, on the other hand, are exponents of free will. Is likely those who have traditionally argued against the inclusion of destiny as an essential component of creed would have done so under the premise that it is not mentioned with the other 5 articles in the Quran. The complete 6-article formula is found in the tradition of Gabriel, Hadith Jibril, where is likely those who have traditionally argued against the inclusion of destiny as an essential component of creed would have done so under the premise that it is not mentioned with the other 5 articles in the Quran. The complete 6-article formula is found in the tradition of Gabriel, Hadith Jibril, where Gabriel is said to have asked Muhammad what faith is, to which he replied, "Faith is to believe in God, the angels, the books, the messengers, the last day and the decree, the good of it and the bad of it." This tradition in its own right lays down the framework for a tripartite minimalism, as we shall discuss later. Al-Alay with Macron W uses these 6 articles as a minimalism in and of itself. In his terse commentary on the Aqidah of Abu Ja'far al-Alawi, d. 321-933, he remodels the text in a template which fits into these 6 articles. I would argue that the inclusion of the decree is what gives these articles its Sunni idiosyncratic mark. This is for 2 reasons, the first being its amodal manner in dealing with abstruse creedal issues, and secondly that it itself is based on prophetic tradition, hadith, which indicates Sunni Islam's textualism. The 6 articles of faith would constitute the second most significant expression of doctrinal minimalism. At this level there is a slight Sunni imprint on this doctrine. 1.4.1.c The 13 Principles of Sunni Islam, a largely interpretative, tawili, and hadith-specific approach. Jurisprudential studies are split in 2 main areas: the case studies or rulings of schools, which are termed the branches, furu, and the rules or principles, which were used to arrive at such rulings. In the same vein, a set of doctrines has been established from the textual sources. Many books and small treatises have been authored in attempts to collate doctrinal data, which is replete in the Hadith corpus. Schools of theology initially emerged as a means by which to polemically defend doctrine, while also identify principles of belief or rules pertaining to the management of dogma. These schools did propose doctrinal outlines, however, because of early polemics, these very principles were obfuscated by peripheral doctrinal issues. 13 Sunni-specific principles have been asserted by Abd al-Hadi as being the agreed-upon principles of Sunni Islam. Though these 13 points may not be the only principles of Sunnism, they represent the core creedal propositions found in doctrinal primers like the Maturidi al-Aqaidi of Abu Umar al-Nasafi, d. 537-1142, the Ash'ari Jawara of al-Lakhani, died in 1041-1632, and finally the Yanbal, Athari, Lama Ali Tikat of Ibn Qudama al-Maqdisi, d. 620-1223. Most, if not all, their creedal pronouncements could be encapsulated within the following 13 principles of Abd al-Hadi. One is of the view that these 13 points would provide a workable framework for a Sunni minimalism which is more elaborate than just the 6 articles. In fact, the 13 can be neatly placed as extensions of the 6 articles. They are as follows. 1. Faith consists of enunciation on the tongue, affirmation in the heart, and action through compliance. It increases through good deeds and decreases through sins. 2. Faith is of 2 types: principle, which are the doctrines and subsidiaries, furu, which entails conviction in those doctrines and actions which emanate as the fruits of faith. 3. Affirmation, ithbat, of the divine attributes with a modality, taf. And transcendence, tanzi, without denial, ta'el. 4. Nobody could see God in this world. 5. The beatific vision, al-ruya, of God in the garden is true. 6. Belief in the marvels, karamat, of the saints, aliyah. 7. The Quran is the uncreated speech of God. 8. Affirmation of doctrinal matters confirmed by solitary transmission, kabr. A with Macron D. 9. Loving and following the companions of the Prophet and his family, his wives, at the same time acknowledging that no one is impeccable other than the Prophet. 10. Belief in everything the Prophet informed us regarding life after death. 11. No one can be guaranteed punishment or reward without a specific proof. 12. Belief in predestination. 13. Obedience to the emirs, be they pious or impious, in order to establish the laws of Islam, Hajj, jihad plus Islamic governance. It is not clear whether these principles were enunciated by one person or simply synthetically amalgamated by many from disparate statements of early Islamic scholarship. Furthermore, these Sunni principles are seldom cited by mainstream Sunnis, though they may actually subscribe to these themselves. Salafi circles make passing reference to these. However, these principles have the potential to undermine their rigid methodology of the Salaf, Minhaj al-Salaf, as it seems fluid enough to accommodate broader Sunni understandings, i.e. those of theological persuasions. Of all the possible modes of minimalism, these 13 points may prove to be the most potent. Firstly, and perhaps most importantly,
what does number 11 mean? What does number 2 mean? Also, number 3 is not we are not on agreement on number 3. Not in agreement with number 3. How do we interpret number 7? We do not agree on number 8. What constitutes what the Prophet has informed us? What hadith would count and which would not count? And how would we interpret these things? What does predestination mean? I don't like these 13 points.
Firstly, and perhaps most importantly, they are pertinent to Sunni discourse, albeit at a base level. Secondly, they constitute doctrines in themselves, and they are distinctively comprehensive without being too universal nor decidedly particular in their focus. In addition, though these can be accepted by not only the classical schools of Sunni theology but also the contemporary scholastic traditionalist parochial methodologies, points 1, 3, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13 are susceptible to interpretation. I shall assess in the coming chapters the veracity of this model in light of considerations such as figurative interpretation and literalism, and also establish to what extent this potentiality could undermine its efficacy as a workable minimalism. 1.4.1. Normative Doctrine and Jurisprudential Studies, the discipline of objectives of law, Maqad al-Shari'ah, or what in common law is called normative jurisprudence, emerged as a subscience of theoretical jurisprudence which transcended the mere interpretative and deductive methods of given legal rulings. This discipline illustrated that there is a rationale behind every ruling in sacred law. One could deduce that Abu Mid al-Ghazali, d. 505-1111, strove to lay the foundations of a minimalism that sought to do the same for dogmata. The most significant of his works in this regards are Al-Iqtid fil I'tiqad and Iljam al-Awam, in addition to the Fail al-Tafriqa. In the Iqtid he devotes 4 key categories of doctrine. The first is the essence and transcendence of God, the second is divine attributes and their sempiternity, the third is the discussion on the rationale on God's actions, and the fourth is prophetology and eschatology. Though still largely conformist to the Ash'ari model, one could argue that the Iqtid was his attempt to organize doctrine in a palatable manner, and as the title in Arabic suggests, moderation in doctrine. The Iljam, on the other hand, indicates a shift in al-Ghazali's approach in his own words. I intend to clarify to you the doctrine of the pious predecessors, by explaining what is obligatory upon the general masses to believe in regarding these reports from, and I will elucidate what needs looking into and what can be dispensed with. Though the Iljam was a polemic against the anthropomorphists, it was simultaneously and most significantly an attempt to simplify doctrine irrespective of the suspicions surrounding its authenticity. It is interesting to note that throughout this work he pushed immodality, bila kayf, and, again as the title suggests, purging nuanced kalam from doctrine, though the methods of al-Ash'ari's, d. 936-324, transcendence is replete in the text. Muhammad Abdu 1.4.2 Methodological minimalism. Though scholastic traditionalists take pride in their syllabi as it includes theology, kalam, as one of their core disciplines, kalam has largely stagnated, and I am contending that a polemical fight for orthodoxy has taken its place. Discussions on atomism, epistemology, and other classical kalam doctrines have not been updated with developments in Western philosophy and science, like political ideologies, evolution, and quantum physics. We are now witnessing a discourse centered largely on peripheral issues brought on by the fusion of Sufism and theology, and on the other hand jurisprudential romanticism, as is exemplified in the contemporary Sufi-Salafi divide. The main polemic within Sunni Islam on the macro level is dissonance between Sufism and Salafism. That is, if Sufism is understood as mysticism and Salafism as legalism. This could be understood as an extension of al-Ghazali's jurist, faqih versus mystic, Sufi, divide, or Ibn Taymiyyah's scholar, alim versus ascetic, zahid. In this narrative, the objective of the believer is piety and God conscientiousness, taqwa. The scholar's knowledge may bring them closer to God even with little devotion, as they are moved by fear of straying from the rules set by God, whilst the ascetic's devotion and love of God brings him or closer to him. He or she is not too concerned about rules, as in everything they are moved by the hope in God's benevolence and that their actions are in spirit with the will of God. Polarizations of both methods have been criticized. Al-Ghazali criticizes the dryness or bland nature of the scholastic method, whereas Ibn Taymiyyah condemns the cult of personality that results from what he regards as the uninformed method of the ascetic in relinquishing textualism and over-reliance on human intermediaries. Point 24. It is worthy to note that perhaps this dualism in the early days 23 was not necessarily polemical but rather methodological. However, gradual controversies throughout the ages may have served as a catalyst which polarized these methods into a polemic. Figure 1:2 Methods of religiosity. The Sufi, Salafi models are of course not monolithic. The Sufi, Salafi models are of course not monolithic, and neither is each group homogeneous. I will concentrate on four popular traditions, namely, the Barelwi, Deobandi, Wahhabi, and Al Hadith, which are prey to this polarized divide. The Barelwi and Deobandi factions fall under the Sufi camp and have much in common, yet are beset in a sub-polemic amongst themselves, something we shall explore in Chapter 5. The Deobandis, on the other hand, have a complicated relationship with the Salafi camp as they sympathize with them on many issues. The Wahhabis and Al Hadith have strong links between themselves. One would argue that these four factions are to some extent archetypal of the current polemic, and other Arab non-Arab models can be construed in this manner. 1. Folkloric Sufism, the Barelwis. 2. Reform Sufism, the Deobandis. 3. Conformist Salafism, the Wahhabis. 4. Nonconformist Salafism, the Al Hadith. In the Arab lands, the Tijaniya and Abbasiyya orders have strong parallels with the Barelwi movement in that much emphasis is placed on the ritualistic aspects of mysticism, tawaf, and the personality of the sheikh of the order. The Sanusiya order would be an appropriate counterpart of the Deobandis in that though inspired by Sufism they intend to purge it from impurities. Many non-Ash'ari yet Madhab followers could be likened to the Wahhabis, and in fact some, like Shu'aib al-Arnaut, a renowned Enough hadith scholar, subscribes to the doctrines of Wahhabi. The core polemics between the Sufi and Salafi divide are doctrinal.
Wait, who is Shu'aib al-Arnaut? If I search live, what would I get? Never mind. Shu'aib al-Arnaut. He's Azhari, Egyptian, Syrian. He's Albanian. There isn't much information about him. There's an English page on him. How do you know? $25.
The core polemics between the Sufi and Salafi divide are doctrinal but extend also to the jurisprudential. Firstly, the age-old debate. The core polemics between the Sufi and Salafi divide are doctrinal but extend also to the jurisprudential. Firstly, the age-old debate over the attributes of God. Though not all Ash'aris are Sufis, most contemporary Sufis would subscribe to the Ash'ari school of theology. 26 Ash'arism is considered neo-Mu'tazilism by the Salafis because of its use of figurative interpretation in understanding the divine attributes and because of the general role of reason, aql, in relation to scripture, naql. 27 Athrism is a relatively obscure revival in Syria of Anbal Kalam of Ibn Qudama and others. These Athris claim that this school is an orthodox addition to the Ash'ari and Maturidi schools, and their ideologue is Muhammad Salim al-Safarini, died in 1188-1774. 28 Existing Ash'ari and Maturidists largely ignore or are unaware of even the existence of this school. This is further complicated as Wahhabis also claim to be Athari and hail al-Safarini as one of their imams. In general, the Sufis or Ash'aris, to be precise, view Atharism as neo-anthropomorphism. Halverson's account of Atharism ignores Safarini's Atharism and seems to confuse it with Salafism. Secondly, the issue of prophetology, or specifically the nature of Muhammad, did not hold a central position in the classical period of Islam and theology. However, it has now become one of the most controversial issues amongst Sunni Muslims. Central to this is the issue of blasphemy against the Prophet. The Sufis argue for sublime prophetology, that Muhammad is unlike any human, while the Salafists contend for mortal prophetology, that he is of flesh and blood. Sublime prophetology includes the infallibility of the Prophet, but more specifically an exoticism regarding the Muhammadan essence. Mortal prophetology stresses the humanness of Muhammad. This debate is generally not too controversial in the generic Salafi-Sufi divide. However, it is an area of huge discord within the Sufi scholastic traditions of the subcontinent, as is exemplified in Prophet Muhammad's knowledge of the unseen. Essentially, this issue broadens the discussion of what actually constitutes blasphemy against Muhammad. I shall discuss this at length in Chapter 5. Thirdly, the question of intercession, which was traditionally a part of theological discussions, has now become a polarized debate. Kharijites and Mu'tazilites reject intercession outright on seemingly definitive textual grounds. Sunni Islam, however, has a complex understanding of this issue. The theologians and traditionalists all agree that one may intercede through God's names or one's own good deeds. The area of contention, however, is intercession through righteous men or women of God. Theologians argue that this includes both living and dead righteous folk, whereas traditionists, Mu'tazilites, would argue only the living may be granted such rank, and that intercession through the dead would entail shirk. Asan al-Banna argues that this is more a jurisprudential debate than a doctrinal one in point 15 of his 20 principles. A key area of jurisprudential discord occurs in acts of worship, in particular Sufi rituals such as collective remembrance, dhikr, especially if this is synchronous. When bodily movements are associated with verbal remembrance, it becomes more controversial. The era is one such form of dhikr practiced by orders like the Shadhiliya and is pejoratively referred as rak, dancing, and is condemned by Wahhabis as well as some Reform Sufis, including Sheikh Sa'id Rahman Albi. The madhab versus no madhab debate is a jurisprudential issue which divides scholastic traditionalism into two camps. Salafism generally implies nonconformism with the exception of the Wahhabis. Sufis are now almost exclusively conformist. This debate was at its apex in the late 1980s to the 90s in the West and was arguably the most defining polemic between the two camps. C. Abdullah Yusuf al-Kara.
I don't understand the figure. What does the arrows mean? Okay.
1.4.2. A flight to tradition. Classicist minimalism. Net 10 observes from a phenomenological assessment of Islam and Christianity that both traditions have exhibited a flight to tradition as a reaction to the challenges of modernity. Islam and Christianity are on the one hand text-bound but also are represented through the dynamism of tradition as is found in the pious predecessors and the church forefathers respectively. Net Tun sheds some light on the organic notion of sunnah in Islam. The terms sunnah and hadith have a certain fluidity, but both technical terms have become virtually synonymous. Strictly speaking, where the term hadith refers to a document, the term sunnah refers to the usage described in such a document. Both may be rendered as tradition. The observance by the Islamic Ummah, community, of the Sunnah is the imitation Muhammadiyya as a sign. Then, the term Sunnah in Islamic Arabic signals at least four major areas of discourse, as may be seen from the above discussions. It alerts us via the current to divine custom and precedent. It reminds us of Jahili, pre-Islamic, tribal custom and precedent. It focuses the Muslim mind from an early period on the custom and precedent of the Prophet Muhammad. And it speaks of a desired orthodoxy enshrined in communal, but by no means monolithic, custom and precedent, with all the developed and developing and theological implications of such established customs down the ages. Sufi and Wahhabi trends of thought fall under scholastic traditionalism in the sense that both advocate textual literalism or interpretation for that matter as is sanctioned by scholars, ulama. Therefore scholarship is integral to traditionalism and consequently the best scholarship of Islam to this collective happens to be the prophetically proclaimed generations, al-Siru and al-Mashud alayhim by al-Sufi and Wahhabi trends of thought fall under scholastic traditionalism in the sense that both advocate textual literalism or Sufi and Wahhabi trends of thought fall under scholastic traditionalism in the sense that both advocate textual literalism or interpretation for that matter as is sanctioned by scholars, ulama. Therefore scholarship is integral to traditionalism and consequently the best scholarship of Islam to this collective happens to be the prophetically proclaimed generations, al-Siru and al-Mashud alayhim by al-Khair. Motif of a return to the Salaf has been recurrent through Islamic history and most Sufi revivalists too promoted such a return to simple Islam. Net Tun suggests the key difference between Sufi scholastic traditionalism and Salafi scholastic traditionalism is that Sufi traditionalism is inspired by imitation, taqlid, of the early generations in addition to the accumulative corpus of knowledge of the progenitors of this strand of thought, whereas the Salafis who are inspired by Ibn Taymiyyah are anti-taqlid and polemically set themselves against the four established schools of thought and their conclusions on the interpretations of the sacred texts. 35 They are pro-ijtihad, at times they have been pro-rationalist as is the case with the Egyptian Dawa al-Salafiyya of Muhammad Abdu, died in 1323–1905, but largely this strand has been eclipsed by Wahhabi Puritanism. It seems Wahhabi did not necessarily set itself as a Dawa. Ian Arnett Tun, Islam Salafiyya, this notion was introduced by Muhammad Nir al-Din al-Albani who according to his protege Ali Asin al-Alab was deeply influenced by the Tafsir al-Mana of Rashid Ri, died in 1354–1935. From this it could be said that al-Albani changed the spirit of the rationalist Salafism Abdu, and Ri, and fused it with Wahhabi rejectionism. Net Tun draws striking parallels with the Lefebvrist doctrine and Wahhabis in their anti-modern and excommunicative outlook. Net Tun draws striking parallels with the Lefebvrist doctrine and Wahhabis in their anti-modern and excommunicative outlook. Importantly, though Salafism is by no means a monolithic school in itself. One would like to point out here that there is a base Salafism acceptable to all which unlike the methodological Salafism of the Wahhabi strand
I'm not sure whether I should focus on metaphilosophy or Thaymism and anthropomorphism. Which is more important? Should I focus on metaphilosophy and take shots at Thaymism as a hobby? Or should I focus on Thaymism and learn metaphilosophy as a hobby? I think the first option of studying metaphilosophy would be more important. But it doesn't excite me. Like refuting Thaimism does. Thaimology is more interesting, more exciting. For me, at least. More passionate about it. What should I do? Let's continue.
One would like to point out here that there is a base Salafism acceptable to all which, unlike the methodological Salafism of the Wahhabi strand, recognizes a simple Islam but not through isnad anbals like Ibn Taymiyyah per se. One would like to point out here that there is a base Salafism acceptable to all which, unlike the methodological Net 10 draws striking parallels with the Lefebvrist doctrine and Wahhabis in their anti-modern and excommunicative outlook. Importantly, though, Salafism is by no means a monolithic school in itself. One would like to point out here that there is a base Salafism acceptable to all which, unlike the methodological Salafism of the Wahhabi strand, recognizes a simple Islam but not through isnad anbals like Ibn Taymiyyah per se. One may even call this Salafi minimalism in a broad sense. 1.4.2.b Scholastic traditionalism, or the theological schools of Sunni Islam as minimalism, a largely speculative approach. Primarily Scholastic traditionalism, which will be discussed in some later chapters, is as Tariq Ramadan points out, essentially the following of scholarship, ulama. In its broadest application, it would refer to scholarship of the classical period of Islam. For the Sufis, it would comprise largely of speculative theology based on the Ash'ari or Maturidi schools, conformism to one of the four Sunni schools of jurisprudence with Sufism as an option. This approach espouses imitation, taqlid, of its scholarship. On the other hand, for the Salafis, it would entail nonconformism to schools of jurisprudence and a rudimentary creedal affiliation to early Muslims, or in particular Hadith scholars, al-Hadith. This approach ostensibly promotes independent reasoning, ijtihad. Moreover, a new development has taken place in Islamic theological studies, the emergence of a third Sunni school calling itself the Athariya. One would like to postulate here that this is another example in addition to the Wahhabi of Watts Anbal vitality, which was largely ignored by the vast majority Muslim and Western writers for some time. This is largely unheard of, however. Claims to this school are being made on the one hand by Wahhabi Anbals and more interestingly Sofi Anbals in Syria by a convert scholar Musa Ferber. The only academic work I have discovered that deals with this Athari school or least mentions it is Jeffrey Halverson's Theology and Creed in Sunni Islam. However, Halverson's account of Atharism is to some extent convoluted, as he does not make the differentiation of Syrian Anbal Atharism and Wahhabi Nadi Atharism, rather presenting Wahhabi as a homogeneous Atharism. Discussion of the Athari school is indeed an intriguing matter, as on the one hand it challenges the traditional mainstream view of an Ash'ari and Maturidi model of mainstream orthodoxy, hence ushering perhaps a revisionism, and on the other hand how it does not challenge the validity of the said model. It merely deems itself an addition to the mainstream and not necessarily an exclusive model of orthodoxy. Notwithstanding that the claim for Athariya is being compromised, as Wahhabis like Li al-Fawzan and others are beginning to appropriate the Syrian Athari chain into Nadi Wahhabi and consequently polarizing it against an Ash'ari and Maturidi model. Muhammad ibn Salim al-Safarini, died in 1188-1774, maintains that the saved sect consists of the Ash'ari, Maturidi and Athari schools. This notion of a three-schools orthodoxy is a type of compatibilist mainstream which is to some extent bridging a polarized traditionalist, muhaddithin, versus theologians, mutakalaman, gap. It on the one hand may give credence to the Wahhabis as being part of the broader Sunni tradition but, on the other, will be challenging in their circles as it compromises their age-old antagonism to theological schools. Likewise, it would force the theological model to reconsider its rigid formulations of orthodoxy. I shall discuss the significance of al-Safarini's three-school statement for minimalism in later chapters. It is of note here that Watt's assessment of other defunct Sunni schools of theology too may challenge normative aqidah and models of orthodoxy. Paradoxically, all the schools of Sunni theology maintain that imitation, taqlid, in creedal matters is unlawful, therefore an individual must understand his or her religion according to their own capacity and exert their intellect in doing so. 43. However, there is a strong emphasis in Sufi scholastic traditionalism not to differ with the Ash'ari and Maturidi models as they are paradigms of orthodoxy. Likewise, the Salafi scholastic traditionalists emphasize that the doctrinal position of the early generations, the Salaf, are manifest on truth. In essence, this precludes the plausibility of not initiating precedent. Furthermore, it is interesting to note that some Deobandi scholars like Yusuf Biniri seem to advocate a three-school methodology in the 20th century in his introduction. To Anwar Shah Kashmiri's, died in 1352-1933, Ikfar al-Mulan Fairit al-Din, a refutation against the Ahmadiyya sect, or more precisely an excommunication of this sect. 46. The Deobandis have by their opponents and critics been described as either Wahhabi or quasi-Wahhabi. Indeed, the Deobandis, especially those of Rashid Gangohi's, died in 1323-1905, ilk not only admired but had links with the Wahhabi scholarship of Saudi. Consequently, one may conclude that the Deobandis were juggling with the notion of reconciling Sufi scholastic traditionalism with Salafi Wahhabi scholastic traditionalism and posited a tripartite minimalism of Sunni theological schools or methods, i.e. Ash'ari, Maturidi and Athari. Perhaps this minimalism was an attempt to placate either the apprehensions of the Sufis or the Salafists regarding their own particular group. More plausibly, it is what could be termed the Shawwaliyullah effect, a notion we shall explore later. Although Asan al-Banna died in 1368-1949, the founder of the Muslim Brotherhood has made some theological observations regarding minimalism which we shall look at later. Even the Brotherhood, despite being a political movement, for some reason has never deemed it expedient to adopt a tripartite model. In fact, on the one hand, they have largely adopted the Wahhabi creed and thus are opposed to the Kalam traditions, and then figures like Sa'id Dial push forward the Sufi scholastic traditionalist model of conformism to jurisprudential schools and theological affiliations to Ash'ari or Maturidi schools only. Muhammad Anwar Shah al-Kashmiri, 1.4.2. Siawism as a minimalism Alawiyas Bayan al-Sunnah wal Jama'a, or what is commonly referred to as the Aqidah Alawiyya, is rapidly becoming a broad-based text which loosely unites most Sunnis whether of the Sufi or Salafi persuasions. Ironically, it has not been a mainstream text insofar as wide dissemination, yet it now yields a strong mainstream status. It is almost absent from the traditional syllabi of most of the Muslim world, though it seems it was largely taught in Syria and Egypt. 49. In the West, it has become the first Aqidah text taught in Sufi and Salafi circles. The Sufi traditionalists have introduced it in their Darz-i Nizami as a primer before more complex introductions to theology like Al-Jawara, Ash'ari, and Al-Aqaidi al-Nazafiyya, Maturidi. The Wahhabis have incorporated it in their syllabus as one of the texts of Aqidah before heavy-duty books like Al-Wiyya of Ibn Taymiyyah, the Lum al-I'tiqad of Ibn Qudama, and the Kitab al-Tad of Ibn Abd al-Wahhab, died in 1206-1791. It is difficult to ascertain who advanced Allah onto their syllabi. The first translation in English was carried out by Iqbal Ahmad Azami, and it has now been translated with an introduction and appendices by Hamza Yusuf. There is called by Yusuf in his introduction to Allahs for Sunnis to be content with the surface details of Allah and not explore the elaborate details. Yusuf's normative stance here is an indication of scholastic traditional minimalism, albeit in a rudimentary form. Moreover, Allah's text seems to transcend the Kalam schools. Allah himself is commonly mistaken to be Maturidi. This is because the Sufi traditionalists have an orthodox paradigm which has two imams of Kalam Abu al Gmd Sufi, Asan al-Ash'ari, d. 324-936, and Abu Manr al-Maturidi, d. 333-944. However, Allah is largely independent as he disagrees with both the aforementioned imams, but inclines towards the Maturidi perhaps because he was Anaf, as the Maturidists historically were largely Anafs, and he in his own words set out to vindicate the Anaf. Masters point 52. Likewise, the Salafists contend that he was an Atharite, though he has Kalam inclinations in discussing God not being contained by the six directions, as Abd al-Aziz ibn Baz highlights in his annotations. Furthermore, the text does not clearly indicate a Kalam stance, and neither does it necessarily oppose it like conservative anvils. On this premise, both theological, Kalami, and traditional, Athari, commentaries were written for this text. Abd al-Ghani al-Maydani S. died in 1298-1881, short commentary explains the text with reference to Maturidi and Ash'ari works. Abu al-Az al-Adru'i, d. 792-1390, or more commonly known as al-Az al-Anaf, authored a larger commentary drawing largely on the Ibn Taymiyyah school. This commentary is the most commonly available. 1.4.2.d The parochial methodologies of post-speculative theology, a reactionary polemical approach. These methodologies can be described as the polemical phase of theological discourse. Indeed, early theology had its fair share of wrangling, tanuat. However, this acute phase largely deals with peripheral issues which early theologians did not emphasize. Broadly speaking, the traditionalists tend to conserve methodologies in order to not break the chain. On the one hand, there are the Sufi traditionalists, whose general methodology comprises of conformism to schools of jurisprudence, doctrine based on established theological schools, and arqa-based Sufism. Thesis: we shall refer to the Deobandi, Barelwi, and Alai Hadith factions as case studies of this type of parochialism. As asserted by Barbara Metcalfe, these movements draw inspiration from Shah Waliullah, died in 1176-1762, of Delhi. However, they emerged during the British Raj, and so each faction are skeptical of one another. 58 The Barelwis and Deobandis are both Anaf in jurisprudence, Ash'ari Maturidi in theology, and recognize the Qadiriya, Naqshbandiya, Shurawardiya, and Chishtiya Sufi orders. It could be argued that Deobandis are Reform Barelwis insofar as they still have the Sheikh aspirant, Pir Murid, Islam of the Barelwis. However, their outlook has been markedly Wahhabi as they are staunchly anti-innovation. The Alai Hadith were Ash'ari in theology and followed the same dominant orders of Indian Sufism. However, they have always been nonconformist in jurisprudence. 59 Once doctrine and Sufism is what could unite these different groups, but be that as it may, this is no longer the case for the Alai Hadith movement, as they have abandoned both arqa-based Sufism and Ash'ari theology for Wahhabi without the Anbal jurisprudence, as they remained loyal to their own jurisprudence. It is worthy to note that paradoxically the Barelwi, Deobandi, and Alai Hadith groups are opposed to each other's traditions, and any tradition outside of these would generally be deemed modernist. In a sense, they acknowledge each other as the traditionalists, but with colossal internal disagreements. Methodology, Minhaj Maslak, is to some extent a form of imitation, taqlid, but more specifically it is perceived to be clinging onto something which has an unbroken chain, sanad. Though theoretically Barelwis, Deobandis, and Alai Hadith could go beyond these traditions and straight to the classical period. Abandoning these traditions according to them entails the denunciation of sanity. This is what makes one a modernist even if one is looking back. Notwithstanding that there have been attempts by individual scholars from among each of these groups to find commonality in the framework for minimalism as set out by Shah Waliullah. This is a particularly attractive proposition due to its connecting back to a romantic pre-colonial India, one which is free from tiresome polemics. Likewise, the Wahhabis have made attempts to bridge gaps with the Sufis in general by playing the anti-Shiite card. 1.4.2. Polemical minimalism. The current thesis question is embedded in a polemical narrative within Sunni Islam with particular emphasis on the Sufi-Salafi divide. Discernibly, there are more polemical polarizations within Sunni Islam, but it may be contended that this is the most potent, especially quantitatively. Other considerations like modernism versus traditionalism can fall under this discussion too and will be considered later. The Sufi-Salafi divide involves many different groups which may not necessarily identify.
I think I will focus on philosophy, metaphilosophy, and talk about Taimism as a hobby. I think that's the correct decision. Perhaps.
The Sufi-Salafi divide involves many different groups which may not necessarily identify themselves as Sufi or Salafi, yet this polarization has caused many to align themselves to either side. Rather ironically, it is as if this mutual antagonism. Other considerations like modernism versus traditionalism can fall under this discussion too and will be considered later. The Sufi-Salafi divide involves many different groups which may not necessarily identify themselves as Sufi or Salafi, yet this polarization has caused many to align themselves to either side. Rather ironically, it is as if this mutual antagonism itself serves as minimalism. So on the one hand, the Al-Hadith will align themselves with the Arab Salafists and Wahhabis in an anti-Sufi stance, and conversely the Barelwis will ally themselves with Arab Sufis in anti-Salaf movement. One could argue that the Salafiyya movement in the 1980s yielded a lot of influence on many different religio-political groups like the Muslim Brotherhood, as well as being a considerable influence in the galvanization of Muslim movements into the spirit of the Afghan jihad. This in turn put the Salafists at the helm of what was a conceivably pan-Sunni movement. Nonetheless, following the First Gulf War, a deep split emerged within the movement. This in the leadership, by that one means its scholarship, in the leadership, Malik. This in turn put the Salafists at the helm of what was a conceivably pan-Sunni movement. Nonetheless, following the First Gulf War, a deep split emerged within the movement. In the leadership, by that one means its scholarship, into adopting an apolitical outlook and to viciously condemn all those who had hitherto been Orthodox Muslims. The Brotherhood were branded deviant, and with them the liberal Salafists. Post 9/11, the Salafists have lost the clout that they had in the late 80s and early 90s. We are witnessing the rise of a Sufi resurgence whereby hitherto disparate Sufi orders are slowly galvanizing into a transnational movement comprising of Western Sufis and scholarship in mainly the Yemen, Syria, Mauritania, and to an extent Sudan, Morocco, Turkey, and the subcontinent, in addition to others.
Egypt.
Though doctrine will play a decisive role in an affiliation to either of these camps, there is a growing trend of reactionary exclusivism and articulations of rigid methodologies hitherto unheard of. The Salafists have developed elaborate means of excommunication from the congregation in the form of weighing up, mawazana, individuals. Process is also crudely referred to as a form of the Hadith studies notion of impugnment and validation, jar wa ta'dil, by
Maybe actually maybe not. Should I focus on taimology or metaphilosophy? Let's think about this later. Let's finish.
Process is also crudely referred to as a form of the Hadith studies notion of impugnment and validation, jar wa ta'dil, by the followers of a pro-Saudi Salafi, Rabi al-Madkhali. Although generally not the case, some Sufi movements like the excessive elements within the subcontinent Barawi movement and the Syrian Alarqa al-Abashiyya too have adopted measures similar to these in an attempt to resist Wahhabi revisionism. This phenomenon, whether Salafi or Sufi, though not widespread, is nonetheless prominent and can be described as a new Sunni Inquisition, Mina, in the sense that the polemic of the times is a fight for orthodoxy. 1.4.2.f The deathbed conversions and other normative doctrines. Often in the non-kalam discussions of doctrine, anecdotal examples of deathbed conversions are cited which could be best explained as a form of minimalism as on the point of impending death. One would argue that this is indeed a type of minimalism, as it is highly unlikely that one would necessarily subscribe to a given tradition and all its nuances in such circumstances. A prime example, which is frequently championed by traditional literalists but also included in theological commentaries, is the famous quote of Abu Alma Ali al-Juwayni, d. 478, 1085. I dived into the vast ocean, theology, and entered that which was prohibited for me. If my Lord does not have mercy on me, then woe to the son of al-Juwayni. Here and now, I die upon the creed of the old ladies of Nishapur. What was the creed of the old ladies of Nishapur? Historical sources at the time indicate that the population were largely Sunni and presumably Ash'ari. That is assuming whoever these old ladies he was referring to were actually conversant with scholastics and some theological issues. It is most probable that the creed was either a short catechism, as short creeds are taught outside of the seminaries from parent to child. Muslims of the Indian subcontinent have a formula of belief based on the famous tradition of Gabriel. The wording, I believe in God, the angels, the books, the messengers, the last day and the decree, the good and the evil of it is from God, and also the and the bodily resurrection after death. This wording is most likely taken from the Fiqh al-Akbar of Abu Anfa. It is now...
Where are we supposed to stop? I forgot. At 53. 54.
This wording is most likely taken from the Fiqh al-Akbar of Abu Anfa. I believe in God, the angels, the books, the messengers, the last day and the decree, the good and the evil of it is from God, and also the and the bodily resurrection after death. This wording is most likely taken from the Fiqh al-Akbar of Abu Anfa. It is now commonly known in the subcontinent and Central Asia as the elaborate creed Imam-Mufal. Strictly speaking, this set of doctrines can serve as a minimalism which transcends the boundaries of Sunnism. In addition to this creed, there is a follow-up commonly known as the Comprehensive Creed Imam-Mujmal, which reads, I believe in God, as He is, with His divine attributes and names, and I accept all the rulings of faith and its constituents. This catechism brings in belief in the divine attributes but not necessarily a discussion of their interpretation. Moreover, it is ambivalent in its wording, and perhaps the word mujmal aptly describes it, as it also means ambiguous. This second creed perhaps indicates an affinity to mainstream iftism of the Sunnis. Could both together serve as a composite minimalism? Generally, the traditionalists hold that this utterance of al-Juwayni is a denunciation of the dialectic tradition. They corroborate this with Fakhr al-Din al-Razi s. d. 606, 1209, Lamentation on the Trappings of Theology. Shamim al-Mahmud. I have exhaustively researched theology, but to no avail, for it does not quench a thirst, nor does it cure an ailment. I now hold that the method of the Quran is the best approach. Statements like this are polemically buttressed by the Salafists to Ash'aris as deathbed conversions. Al-Juwayni, Al-Razi and even Al-Ghazali according to them eventually died. Upon the method of the Salaf. 72 Drawing upon this the Salafists understand minimalism is the holistic following of the early generations who opposed theology. The Quran and Sunnah are not sources only for the Salafists but a methodology. The Sufis too admired Ibn Taymiyyah's erudition and also claim he denounced his excommunication of many Muslims. Al-Juwayni's statement regarding the old ladies of Nishapur is not given any aphoristic consideration, on the contrary it is understood as a simple understanding and appreciation of religion, a people's creed if you like, a creed in theory which cannot be appropriated by an elite. 1.
Okay, here we reach the end of the video. Finally, after 4 hours of much effort. And now I go.